Alright, hello, we are starting. Say hello to Kira.
Hi everyone!
Hi. Kira and I were talking about various conversation things. Honestly, it would be really funny if we just rambled one day in a stream about something.
Just a chatting stream with
Yeah.
rambling, yeah.
Yeah, just popping off on like the dumbest topic. But anyways, we are here to finally finish off this game, and it's looking like it's gonna be a good one. Like,
Are you excited?
I am. I need to know why this whole assassination program thing exists. It's like, why does this exist?
Stopped for me.
Oh, that's straight. Okay, I think it's back. Yeah, I see the kill him. What happened? I'm not having a Windows update, am I? Please tell me
That's the worst. That's the worst.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna look it up. Windows update. Please don't be this. Please.
They always come out of nowhere.
Yeah, like...
And it's like, and then you try to hold it off for as long as possible. And then by the time you do it, suddenly you're like, okay, I finally did it. It'll stop popping up and it'll be like, we have another update for you. You're like, what the heck?
Yeah, like, what the... Okay, it looks like it wasn't Windows Update. Was it a PS5 update? Should I have turned my PS5 off? Oh yeah, I loved seeing the unstable on my screen. Well, actually, no, on my OBS says I'm at my green, so I have no idea what happened. That's so weird. Well, I guess my mom's technically working, so I guess that makes sense too. She's working remote every day. But well, we'll keep an eye on it. Let me know if it dies again, Kira.
I'll try.
Well, anyways, yeah, what you were saying. So yeah, it's very interesting to me because it's like, oh yeah, Gregson is on the list, Cosmo's on the list, Watson's on the list, or Wilson, and my brain is blanking on the last. Oh
Asashin.
Yeah, Asashin is on the list. So it's like, yeah, that makes sense that they're the 4 assassins, but then like it's also, wait, so who's the? How does the target determine it in that list, man? And then like then Jigoku was targeted technically, so this is like, or no, Cosmo was saying he was targeting Gregson, but then Jigoku is like was kind of fearing for his life, it seemed like, too. So it's just, and he had the names in his office, so it's just like, is he also part of the list, or like I don't know, like it's just like that part got me like going, wait, so is it this or that kind of thing, you know? And
Right.
It's making me wonder, and I need to know the answers, you know?
We need answers.
I need the answer. And in fear of the stream dying again, I think it might be a good time to start. Alright, so let's continue.
Oh, I think the Discord stream is frozen.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh man, it's always whenever I do the full screen preview. Okay, so hold on, let me do the window preview instead. Sometimes when I do the full screen preview, it like just randomly dies on the Discord capture, and I don't know why.
I think it must have happened at the same time as the stream dying.
Yeah, it must have been. Okay, here. That look good?
I do not see anything.
Oh, do you not? What? Oh, I shared the screen again.
Oh, there we go. Now I see it.
Oh, okay, cool. Is it moving?
Is it supposed to be moving?
I don't know. Is the arrow moving on your?
I don't think so.
Wait. Let me. Okay, so 4th November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Pressing A.
Yeah, it's not moving.
Oh my god. Nande doshite. I wonder if I'm gonna have to like share my. Is it still showing the Old Bailey courtroom?
Yes.
Oh my god, this is so stupid. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna hang up and call again.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, let me share again. It's still showing it. Like, what? Is Discord okay? Hold on, let me restart Discord. Okay, let me see. It's still doing it. I am angry. What is even happening? Okay. Windowed source. Okay. Is
Okay,
it
I see Strongheart.
the arrow's not moving though? I
Arrow's
see.
not-
Okay. Can I lower the quality? All right, I'm gonna try lower it to like 15 frames per second because it's official though. Is it even doing anything? What is happening? This is so upsetting. Okay, let me just share you my desktop. Okay, that works. I guess Discord is just dying. Okay, do you see it?
I see it. It's moving. It's moving.
Is my Discord head not moving? What is happening? Now my Fugi's like breaking, I think. I don't see my head moving.
Oh, I don't see it moving either.
Oh my god. Okay, let me good thing we started early. I don't know on time. I don't know why this is happening. This is actually the weirdest thing. I'm gonna try like actually full on stop it and then restart it and see if that fixes it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Okay, yeah, we're moving. We're schmoving. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be really weird for me when I download the VOD and try to re-upload it. I think I'm gonna have to like splice it together.
Time to do some splicing, yeah.
Oh baby, alright. Okay, yeah, it seems like the mic's working, it's sharing. Awesome. Now let me get the source again. And,
Okay, it's moving, it's moving.
Alright, let me see if I can directly share this like actual window with you so you don't have to see my terrible looking desktop. Alright, so that's still broken, but like I guess I could just show you my desktop. I don't understand. Alright. Great start! But...
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, here we go.
What great and exciting things people will be doing with PCs in 30 years.
Yeah, oh my god. This really does tie back to our earlier conversation. Okay.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a suspected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will not stop it. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve. Yes, that's the name of this game. And my intention.
Is now a good time to say that I can't hear the stream?
Oh, the game, like, yeah, I feel like, no, yeah, I think that makes sense, though. That you can't hear it, unfortunately. You're not gonna be able to,
we'll just deal with it.
I think you're not gonna be able to hear any of the audio, unfortunately. It's just, I don't understand. Oh, you're gonna see me, like, minimize my windows a lot, too. Nerd.
My lord, if I may inquire.
The defendant may speak.
On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting the judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day.
Kazuma.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the closed hearing of Beric Von Zeeks.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishio Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Renosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku in his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku! I must ask.
Well, I never fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. God, that's such a long name every time. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself! What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited as when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, okay.
For which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right! And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases! The defense has evidence to prove it!
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too.
And then the credits just start rolling again.
Great Ace Attorney resolve. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishio Jigoku is involved in this case?
Alright, where's that telegram? Where are you, telegram? Is this the No, it's papers. Obviously, this is the proof! A walkie-talkie! There we go.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
You little... Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you...
What's this all about? Why is my name on the list?
This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins.
No.
Bang! A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asashin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student. Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police office inspector, Tobias Gregson.
A. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What? What?
Holy shit, he figured that out. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you!
Judge Shigoku, what's this all about?
And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you had accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract!
Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie.
Oh, so there is a different pattern, I see.
The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seisho Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you.
Oh, okay, that's what he means. Ah! You deliberately avoided saying a name?
The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point in this new development that brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court.
There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
Curiouser and curiouser.
It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama.
Judge Jigoku, if you are the master hind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain! Yeah, that's what I figured. It's just like, you really think you're gonna get that out of me, man? Dude, really? Really?
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk, because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street.
But we did see a bullet hole in the room. And we saw that the pipe that the crewmates could hear was blocked up. Suspicious.
And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Beric Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such...
What the heck? Machiavellian?
Machiavellian.
Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassination exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright. Cross-examination. Time to press everything. A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
The weak slap. So you agreed to it? Just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions.
Nothing says mutual understanding and friendship as assassination.
You kill for me, I kill for you. Mutual.
I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku.
As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked a Sogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
He's getting real snippy, too. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants. In addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Chichigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Hold it! Something happened, huh? And I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point?
That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Shom's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen.
Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to do in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder.
In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death.
And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Duty at all times, huh? Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself,
What do you mean?
because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I've had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes. He glared at me as I walked past.
You see, that proves it.
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh,
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh, yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
Ugh, that's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place.
Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question. We must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
Unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Cosmo manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Damn, girl. That was a harsh statement. Alright, so I'm pretty sure it's like either 4 or 5. It might be more 5. That he is like, oh, he would have been there. But I believe we have it. Yeah, there it is. Following departure in the port to occur, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. Drill will take 20 minutes. Crews to resume as drill's over. Right, so that was at 10. So it could have happened at this point. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Sherlock Holmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. That ruined the moment.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing.
Oh, come on, man. Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
Oh, you will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October?
Good question. Yeah, the only thing we got from the ship was this. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
Makes sense. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually,
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
Oh, okay. I see what they're trying to say. Now that I looked at it. Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch?
A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing. Yeah, there we go. Is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch.
Huh?
Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku!
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you? You young murderer.
Objection!
Young murderer?
From the first case in the first game.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, really? He's gonna start shooting shots now?
He's gonna gaslight you.
I can't believe this man.
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
What?
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry? Yeah, what? Come on, man.
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal, man.
Yeah, it's kind of, man.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony.
When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled.
Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October.
Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
Alright, another testimony.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Ippon Seoi?
A common jujutsu, martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is no way proves the victim's murder took place there.
I have no doubt that the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell.
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, so... Did anything stick out to me before I start pressing everything? Alright, so he walked through the door, Mustachio was there, he was waving his gun at him. Student took care of him with an Ippon Seoi. Okay. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with, has nothing to do with this murder. And the inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. That feels like one of those statements where like they're like, it's definitely this, and you're like, no, and they're like, yes, and then they give another line or something, you know?
You've played enough of these games.
You know, right? Like, there's certain lines, right? Except for the old man in the like jury stuff. Like he was always like somehow important, and it always killed me. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain?
I didn't think that far ahead.
When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but, it's possible.
All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
Ugh. That's killed that idea, then.
But perhaps not.
Miss Susato?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
True. Yes, that's
Get him,
true.
girl!
Yeah. Actual useful help, thank God. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord.
I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
Alright, alright, what does he say? There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Alright, so we got something to work with here. Hey, Jigoku, remember when you were in a trunk? Is that in here somewhere? Would that work? Can I use Gregson's trunk? Oh no. Do I have anything that just shows, like, the trunk that he hid in? I guess technically it's in this photo. Would that work? Well, might as well try, right? There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? Wait, and then he disappeared after, like, for a while after that photo, too. Oh my god, he totally could have moved the body into the area. What the fuck? Holy shit! That's so... Oh my god.
Isn't this revelation chilling, though?
That's so fucked up, dude.
It's so messed up.
Oh my god.
You took a picture with him, with Gregson's dead body.
Bro. I mean, there's like, when you know when you Photoshop somebody in the photo when they're missing. Gregson was there the whole time.
Oh my gosh.
Mm.
This is such a good reveal.
Fuck, that's so... Oh my god, that's so fucked up. I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is only something you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
What? Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Ah, I knew you were jealous.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside!
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
Oh, I'm suggesting. I'm afraid Fuck. God damn it! 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
Order in this court. I'm skeptical, counsel. That grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
Okay, do you know what's really messed up about this too? Is that he hid in the trunk that had Gregson's body in it.
Oh my god. Oh god, do you think it smelled like corpse while he was
Oh,
in there?
you bet it did.
And he had his clothes in there because he threw it out, right, to get in the trunk. Oh, his clothes just smelled like dead body the whole time. Come on, man.
But inside his trunk, how horrifying.
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. Wait, and Sholmes was like, on the ship, he was like, wow, there's a freezer on here. And then, like, Mikotoba's like, how is that relevant? And he's like, oh, it might be relevant. God damn it.
It's all coming together.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jikoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Billy the killer? God damn it. I don't know what I was trying to say.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Is he happy about this?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
As opposed to the illogical reasoning we've been using up till now.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Judge Jikoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime?
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baruch Van Zieks shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. Oh, shit!
How can you say that?
Very easily. Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, Counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Hey, Iris, can I call you for... Can I call someone for a minute? Actually... He seems a bit, curled up now that I think about it, huh? If you were shot, you wouldn't fall into a fetal position, would you, huh?
Most probably not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's,
Take that!
that seems to suggest something a little sus here.
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed?
Yes! But the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
Not if he died instantly. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting?
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No! You're quite right. The shape of the body... It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Yep, corpse trunk.
Present my trunk? I refuse.
What?
On what grounds?
Because it would be devastating to my case.
I ate it already.
That trunk was delicious. I ate it for lunch. I cannot reproduce it. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have put up with this treatment. Just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to comment on that. No comment. I have the right to my lawyer. I'm gonna...
Shit. He actually had text that got cut off. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth!
Order in court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it!
shame at all, Kazuma Sogi.
What?
Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You.
Dear God, outrageous!
So it was you? You admit to...
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh,
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi.
you.
Brain
I
dying.
never thought you'd stoop to this, Seisho Jikoku.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
Huh.
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jikoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jikoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible. Judge Jikoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What?
Hmm?
The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So, present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Well, I mean, it's gotta be this. This itinerary for crew members on the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman's sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely, because it's inconceivable the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night out at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Ooh, I'm really getting to do some growls today.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
What's just saying that to exonerate himself? We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
My John Hancock!
No,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge for a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku?
it was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when it all began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Oh my god, he did it again.
It's over. My life is over.
He really went forth and broke the stand again, huh? A British assassin to it. Oh, is that him?
Yeah.
Oh.
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit a Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement because I was already on my way to Britain at that time, in Cosmo's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume?
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap, designed to lead him to France, and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move.
Bang! I see.
I'd received the British issue gun 16 years later, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So, the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Bone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
I put on some glasses, like, like Clark Kent. For some reason, it worked.
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece was found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Bone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah!
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
Well, at least he was thorough, but damn. That's fucked up.
Yep.
Oh, God. Holy shit. It even finally explains why, like, Gregson had, like, strangulation marks on his neck, too. Like, from all the way back in that case. That damn.
Who would have thought that the judge from the beginning of the game would become a culprit?
Right? All the way in the first game. The kind-hearted looking kind of guy who turns out he was hiding something the entire time. And you wouldn't really have guessed because, like, there's, like, literally nothing to suggest it earlier. It feels like.
Right?
So, like, damn.
We didn't even get his name until the beginning of this game.
Yeah. This is like, who are you?
Because you just assume, because usually it's just, oh, it's the judge, Mace Attorney, right?
Yeah. And they actually gave him a name, a life, a purpose. Unlike Judge.
Judge. And Judge's brother.
Judge's blonde brother.
Judge's Canadian blonde brother.
I'm his brother, eh? You know? Only Canadian. It's like, if your brother's, why is he Canadian? Don't worry about it, eh? We had separate parents.
You went on a study exchange tour, eh?
Oh, yeah, I picked up the accent when I went over, eh? When you live around it for 2.5 years, eh? You kind of gets picked up on your little bit of a youngin', you know? Kind of. Oh, yeah, it's strong. I've heard enough.
We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange?
Really? You're asking me that?
Really? Nothing you say now can make any matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court married. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Oh my god.
He still has to do it.
This wizard man. Oh my god.
Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
An actual guilty verdict in the game.
But aren't we trying Baroque Van Zeeks? Shouldn't it be a not guilty for him?
I don't even know anymore.
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
I'm gonna tweet this later.
I'm live tweeting this as we speak.
I'm live tweeting the entire court.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond a doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries.
I can't wait for Cosmo to yell out, but he's still the Reaper!
And as a prosecutor,
As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant...
Yup, there it is. God damn it.
the prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel?
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? Oh yeah, that's
But-
being kicking in.
Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but...
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Beric van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? What?
Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
Yeah, whatever. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
This man's a wizard.
He is a wizard. Oh my god, he's getting the supplemental damage buff. Boom! Every time.
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. It hasn't soured the contents of my hollow chalice.
Lord Van Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
You're right. Yeah, you're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. Your Honor, I hold the prosecutor in contempt of court. Too emotionally charged. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand. and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassination exchange.
As you wish, my lord.
Oh boy, another testimony. Alright, let's see.
Oh, that's me. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. And I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. And the point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange?
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Yes?
let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
Well, being a lawyer, I guess.
My paycheck?
Yeah, my paycheck. A desire to uncover the truth of why my bank account has been so empty the last few days.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
Probably. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it'll come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I've never taken the life of another, nor have instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Hold it! I mean, there's your brother. So... there is a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course. We were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did? Such as what?
Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like.
Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Right. So Wilson's a coroner. And his... Oh wait, didn't we have like an autopsy report for... No, that's Gregson's. Oh yeah, we have Clint's autopsy report. It was Clint, time of death. Coroner is John H. Wilson. Okay, that's two ties together. And then the stab thing, because they assumed that Cosmo's dad did it. Yourself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Wait, and it said something about... Let's talk about Gregson in here? Yeah, Inspector Gregson for petitioning to so dodgily... Yeah! Yeah!
Objection.
The three of you are kind of here, aren't you?
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks?
What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The Professor.
He was my least favorite character on Gilligan's Island.
He probably could have made a boat to let them escape the entire time.
I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone employed the powers that be allowed the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible in the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. And evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated?
Oh?
If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order at once.
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself I'd prove it. which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago! You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
Oh. Well, that changes things. What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Shichiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What's truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I've already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So you admit it then?
Was the autopsy report faked again?
The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated.
No!
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they could only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Beric Van Zeeks.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to have organized this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Beric Van Zeeks.
Yeah, because we had the coroner in the other case fake with
Asuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. his shameful admission.
Wait, wasn't the other coroner like blackmailed because she knew about a certain thing that happened with the professor thing and and then Oh,
In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What?
Lord Van Zeeks?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. And okay, so this is how we're leading into how it's most definitely, absolutely, definitely not Strongheart. Man, I really wish he was gonna get pinned on. All right, it's him. It is him. God damn it! I believe I know who it is.
It was Iris!
No, Iris, no!
You?
I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. Yeah, same, Renosuke! Same! The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Wait, where's me on this entire list?
It was Sandwich!
It was Sandwich! Oh yeah, here with you. It was Sandwich! Oh my god. Can't believe it. No, I can believe it, but god damn it. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself! Lord Male Strongheart!
What? Lord Strongheart?
Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed.
What?
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks,
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken.
it was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world, by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. I like how we're pointing at Cosmo during this.
Yeah. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where is your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now, Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to
God.
Well, now that you mention it.
Well, you see, in the future, Strongheart, there will be new evidence possibilities. Keep an open mind, why don't you?
Yeah. You mean to say?
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the course of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly say substantiated by anyone or anything.
How to say you're not the villain, but in the most villain way possible.
Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there?
I mean, we have a few people, actually.
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied.
How long ago was the DL6 incident in Ace Attorney 1? Wasn't
I
it?
don't remember, actually.
It was pretty long, right?
It was pretty long.
Because, like, Edgeworth was still like a kid by that point, right?
I take it there are no objections, no hold-its, no anything else.
Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. Yep, there's no one left. Let's just pack it up and go home. You know, pretty sure there's no other doctors that could possibly be involved with this case.
I guess we'll just have to break out the spirit mediums.
Yep. I heard this of something with like Fae in the name. I don't know. It sounds like a myth. Actually, it sounds like a myth because it is Fae, huh? He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart because, well, look how well that probably worked out for her in the end. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
I mean, argument 2, there's also Herlock, isn't there? Technically. Actually, there is one person. Well, I guess for the autopsy it would only be Yukitoba, but yeah. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
It would be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me.
Really, Kazuma? You can't think of anyone? Kazuma, it's your dad, man. He's technically your dad at this point.
Please, this trial can end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. And he turns around and flips his cape and walks into the sunset. And the person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is... me! No.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. You know, that thing you have a really huge hard-on for at the moment? You made this whole symposium about it. I guess you wouldn't like that, but Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question.
Oh, fuck.
He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson, The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied. It would be devastating to my case. Please leave.
What?
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No. Of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So, present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that would bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded. You'll be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
That has the same energy as Apollo slamming his face down on the desk when you find out what happened to Dirk, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
It really feels... Oh. Sherlock? Or Mikotoba? Nope, there he is. Mr. Sholmes!
There is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave this courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental to the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mills Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. And I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the provocations of your superiors?
He's got a point.
Order in court.
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end.
But what will we really do?
I said dark things occurring behind the scenes.
Dark things indeed.
There's a single person here present who can honestly say, what's... The trials are gone!
Summon the witness.
That's right, we need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow is remanded.
Uh-huh.
My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here.
Vindicate yourself and result in this accusation.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. I like doing random shout crap.
I like it too. And toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
On with the trial.
On with the trial.
Testify! Testify! Testify!
Well, my lord. You hear the voice of British justice, I take it? And I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from those allegations.
Huh?
Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Migatoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me here today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding.
I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Migatoba is here in the courthouse!
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
It wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know?
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
Alrighty then. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom, and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Woo! Shit!
It's heating up.
It's the end game. Oh shit! Oh, I'm so excited. How about we take a small little quick break? I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and probably get some more water for this next part. How about you?
Yeah, let's take a little break.
Okay, let me just put up a little generic little BRB text. Hold on. Awesome. All right, we'll be back.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Be back. Okay, I'm back. I'm just gonna be waiting for whenever Kiro gets back. Yeah, case is going pretty exciting, and I'm very, very curious where the hell it's gonna end up with this. So we finally implicated Strongheart, and wondering how he's gonna like weasel his way out of the testimonies a lot. I really wish I could get this to work correctly for Kiro, because I don't know why it's not capturing the game correctly. Yeah, it's just strange that for Kiro I have to share my desktop because it's not. Discord's just being really weird.
I am here.
Oh, welcome back. Alright, let me go take down that BRB sign. Yeah, I tried seeing if I could reshare the window again, but yeah, it's still locked on Strongheart's face on that one frame.
That's so weird.
Yeah, like, I don't understand why the share screen in Discord just, like, randomly dies sometimes for, like, no reason. Like, is it just because their servers are, like, being overloaded at the time, or I don't
Who
know.
knows?
Yeah. Oh, hope you got your water and had a good
I
nice
did.
little break. All right, here we go. Oh, hi, you're here. She's just staring at him.
Hello.
Oh no, she wants to dissect him too.
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you, is...
Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gore, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, if I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here.
She just appeared. Oh.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it.
You stop waving that knife in my
Yeah,
face?
can you please keep that away from me? I'm very afraid of sharp objects. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
You think?
A little bit.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you are a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
And so you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than a Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. God. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of anything otherwise. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Alright, here we go. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. This resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Swallowed, huh?
No indication! Nothing to suggest fabrication!
Professor Mikotoba! Are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could possibly identify as such. Much less swear to in testimony.
Ugh.
Well, that clears things up nicely.
Yup, definitely not evil.
Yeah, sir, why are you laughing so evilly at this?
The only fabrication here, Soge, has come from you.
Oh, he's even smirking.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed to just before his death. But that is a fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it, I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword in his throat. The man was clearly on wit's end.
Ugh.
The court will give no credence to his confession that was utterly obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Just her stare. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case, but 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
The Hound of Baskerville. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after a testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. Okay, so there's like one part of this testimony I really wanted to find more about. And that's the what they found in him part. The deaths are result from the wound by a Western-styled sword missing the heart. That I found a little strange. Okay, actually, why did he find that strange? Please explain. Is it because of the fact that it's a Western sword? Which, I get. Yeah.
I think it's because of the other ones being the Hound.
Oh yeah, right. You're right. That is what he probably means. In all the previous 4 killings attributed. Yeah, okay, yeah. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct. And Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigation carried out at the time.
But
Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. Definitely not forcefully to just kinda, do it. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog.
A true hound of hell.
there were no other sign of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed. Okay, yeah, this one. This is what I wanted to see what she meant. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
So it's a ring.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th, or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Oh.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off.
Deep abrasions, huh?
They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? I brought the ring, along with me today.
What? So much for under lock and key.
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that, thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
It was sleight of handed.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gore, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Okay, yeah. I was wondering. I was like, he was so confident, being like,
The ring is under lock and
Foiled
key.
by a little girl.
yeah. He was just straight up like,
The ring was under lock and key. There's no way I'd let it come into court.
and then she's just like, I brought it in the court. He's just like, fuck. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well. You may submit it.
That is a weird ring. Genshin Osogi found in Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws grasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Alright, thanks, game. I'm gonna go do that right now. Let's look at it. Yeah, this is a really weird ring. It's like a thing you would find like at the stands at like a anime convention or something, you know? These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone on the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you.
It would make such a dangerous thing. You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Alright, so we know that it's very sharp, and that if it was inside the body, it would have shown something. There were no other signs of internal... Nothing questionable at all, but he ate the ring? Yeah, it definitely was slighted. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Migatoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Osogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
A position at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here.
That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in the report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not quite sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring,
It's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
Look, you gotta kinda understand that I'm not from this country, and two, I am assistant. I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikatoba?
Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you would expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, toward mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
That's not suspicious at all.
I'm just gonna gaslight you, and I'm not gonna tell you any of the reasons I think this might have happened.
I'm pulling rank. I know more than you. Neener. Oh, sorry. I think I skipped Cosmo's dialogue by accident. Hold on. Let me. Okay, so Cosmo said.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science in autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but, damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
She knows her priorities.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gray, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores where permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
Huh?
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Garay, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. The bird has finally left the nest. As with her plague doctor mask.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
Oh, that story. Okay.
What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make
a peep, you're coming with us!
Alright.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
Bang.
And the next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street, Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Oh shit.
Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring.
Boy, when are you gonna get over this? Please, stop.
You set the whole thing up so you can paint him as a mass murderer and have him rest...
Bruh. Cosma. Open your eyes.
Ryunosuke.
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? Does you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle.
Shut up, you!
Oh, fine, fuck you. Fuck you, I do it when I want. I'm the prosecutor here. I'm the judge now. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
No, it's extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearings 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. And upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Soki did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There is no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
But if that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Cosma?
What's this latest absurdity, Council?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that.
Damn!
Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. And I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me. Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we could only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Osogi's silence in court?
Well... There was a really suspicious jailbreak that we have evidence from via this dismissal notice. So, like...
Take that!
Something was up. It's true that Genshin Osogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary. It led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. And a fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working at the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Osogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Osogi can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all ultimate. Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Caden, and the poor chief warder of that prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. You summoned the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father.
Is he here already, too?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-parted at times.
but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Oh my god, the chess pieces is just all in place.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Man, the visiting judiciaries are just like, oh my god, we're getting like a great show here. There's so
Right.
much plots and turns and twists. Oh, it's just so exciting. Oh boy, I can't wait to do Kaden again.
I'll leave that to you.
Alright, no problem.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
Hey! Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys. You...
Your other persona, if you don't mind. That's so funny.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course.
He just immediately went back to...
My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Whoosh! The professor! I've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Well,
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
And Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
goods! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye. Yes, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
Oh boy, here we go.
It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. That directive came from the prosecutor's office. I signed the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot?
Hey, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
No, I didn't get into that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there wasn't a thing about the Professor Case, there wasn't it unusual in some way. Oh, didn't ask any questions. Oh, just do what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya.
I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That counsel is nothing more than a speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have anything more than pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Oh boy, okay. It was the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot. I didn't attend the signing negotiations with the convict in the prosecutor's office, and all I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's going. The language comes out. I have to read it. He carried out his duty to do a jailbreak, though? Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Hey! I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do it, getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Oh? Excuse me! Mr. Vigil! Is something wrong? Oh god, he's spiraling.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chickeneries of an escape?
Huh.
Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Aye. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me.
Huh?
If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body of Pt.2, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist on you explain these doubts that you have. Is it about the papers? By amending your formal testimony.
Good! Aye, go on then.
It seems to me that Japanese fellow did not have nothing to bargain with. Did we stop the papers?
You have all the evidence.
There's so much evidence in this case, I'm losing track. Oh yeah, last will and toss my eyes, Chris out. Upon my death, any and all accept my fate in this foreign land in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland and family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Yeah. Like, upon his death, but then Niels is like, oh, I'll accept my fate. So like,
Objection!
and he has the only weapon he has left is like probably like a metaphor or something, right? Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Heavers! The fella couldn't have possibly had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after that, after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched throughout the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Tings? What the blazes are you blathering about? The wheel is found, right and proper. In the fella's cell when I said it would be.
But how can it be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job there, you peeler like a hit.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you before, did I know, young lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document right here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi."
Which means everything as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
Man, there's so much fabricated evidence, it's almost like the Dark Age of Law or something. As has clearly been demonstrated already. What went on in Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last will vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is nothing for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No. I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, whether it's the real document.
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself!
It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
I think it's clear that someone listened to the accusation. Is your lordship going to gloss over these obvious facts? What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder.
Have him testify again.
The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Where's it going with this?
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Are you not satisfied with calling me a liar with that? The one say, yeah, you a finger.
Huh. There's nothing you could do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold, you like to take up my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Look how it moves by itself.
What is he doing? Yeah, wait, yeah. His cravat is just sticking out from the animation recycle.
Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
I like to think when he's saying that insult, it's like him talking as of his other personality.
This is gossip.
Yeah, he's gossiping. Little and large, What a double act.
We compiled with Yosoge's will as far as it was possible.
Or complied, I think.
All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely.
Hey! And you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking it's my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it?
Hold on, I'm gonna close my window. There's like a car that just alarm keeps going off.
I think I hear it faintly.
Okay, I don't know if that's gonna help, but it's also apparently pouring outside.
Oh.
So, something must have happened.
I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
As the ward responsible for condemned criminals, I guess we don't need to read this.
It's like, it's the cross-exam, right? I tended to keep watch over his cell, we know that. The night after he was found guilty, Koi was doing something with that will in his cell, which he was writing on it, I guess, and then he turned the cell. They looked around, they couldn't find anything, and he was like, I only learned about it when I was told to look for them. And he was like, the document was in the fold of the dude's robe. Which begs more information, I suppose, because I'm sure Vigil will like to shout about something. In Mr. Asogi's kimono?
Hey! The one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword?
Karma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Rinosuke.
Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Couldn't I hurt anybody with that thing?
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
Aye. He wrote that will afore he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mess of jet black earthworms to me.
Hold that thought.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil!
Sir, it was Scarlet, sir.
Is that your favorite Pokemon game? I mean, what?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not. And I'm able to tell which way he's leading, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
You're fucking kidding me, right? Alright, fine. Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
He's allowing a lot of stuff to go on.
Yeah, like, honestly, if, like, this guy doesn't want to get caught, like, why is he letting this come in?
Right?
As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, or perhaps I'm mistaken. Scarlet ink? The red-head hairpiece! Of course!
He was part of the Red-Headed League.
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore most of this stuff for now. I think it might be something more on this side, I guess. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in court. What? Okay, the timing of that is odd. Wait, so this is for Clint's autopsy report, but it mentions the scarlet on it. And it wouldn't be the telegram or this ring, I guess. I guess the word scarlet on the paper. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Evidence again? You have no evidence to say that?
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, Van Zeeks, you can calm down every time we bring it up. Yes, there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink?
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit's not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleansed them immediately.
What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open.
Oh. Oh god, he wrote something? And then the weapon that Asogi had is a document from Clint. And he said it's his only weapon. His only blackmail or something, I guess, but like... Oh no.
But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual.
Oh my god, is Clint actually the professor?
And no document penned in the color of that ink was in the inkwell ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was...
The same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death?
Then it was...
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil!
Sir.
When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
Alright then. But what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A last will and testament.
Oh, it's Clint's! Oh! Hey! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think...
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks!
No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament.
Oh my god, this actually brings me back to my guess of where it's like that I think that Genshin killed Clint, like, as like a, I'm gonna kill you, but you're my friend, but like, I need you to die an honorable way, and then he like went with the whole thing. Well, the whole, him taking the fall for the government thing, I didn't guess that, but I guessed that he took it because he was just like, well, I did technically kill a noble man that day, but then like, why would he kill him unless if he was the one doing the, oh my god. No! No!
That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Yeah, and Van Zeeks is so, like,
Lord
he's
Van
so,
Zeeks.
he like idolizes his brother so much that he would be blind to if something was up with his bro who is already being disillusioned. Oh god, no! No!
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable.
What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. And all the testimony evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue that line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
Ugh.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Sato.
So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a confession.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
No, Barrack. Lord Van Zieks. I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No, you can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself!
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds in this age for years.
And Lord Clint Van Zieks,
He was a paragon.
But he was actually a mass murderer.
And perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the generous public ever found out, law and order in this country would be...
My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder, though. Did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo.
Lord Barrack Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order, 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 and God.
Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this! When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
That's where it's from. A jewel-studded collar.
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar. Stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it! It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then, the collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
So it is true, then.
Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor.
Impossible! These Japanese are making up an exonerate of their own! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
"10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed." Very well then. You may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to feel the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed. by a Japanese.
Once again, what do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Usoge, turned up at my office one night. The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So, a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Usoge's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Ziek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Creed Van Ziek's perished.
I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did...
He made the late Lord Van Ziek's meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Usoge must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
I did what was needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Rexon.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Why, if you're a rocker, we can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Usoge who murdered Lord Van Ziek's. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I have no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. The detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Suge.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asuge.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, well, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Osoge. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asoge?
Kazuma.
He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrett von Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So, what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
Is it though? Is it though?
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Stronghog did it?
An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still.
All those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. If it was I saw it, keep it on the safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes. The same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time.
Huh.
It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
Did his brother only like kill like maybe 1 or 2 people? They was like, got him. Justice accomplished. And then Strongheart was just like,
Hold on there, little boy. I think I have a bit of a use for you.
and then like he like told him to like kill people for him so that he could, you know, be. Huh? Is that what it's suggesting? Oh my god.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Rasogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Rasogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
hold it. Objection. There we go. Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
Oh, for the love of... I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today, already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
All I did was ask for the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. I mean, who else could it be? It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Renosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Rasogi still walk this earth. However much we debate over this now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Rasogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction. Which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Well, I mean, you said that that we have the will, but I mean, technically, I mean, we're still missing something, you know?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Osogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-page last will and testament.
Ah!
Could it be that originally, there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Caden. Hey, what can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Hey, I was there for sure. I remember the black, wearing like scrolls on this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan. So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't to be present.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I have a right to know what is said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me right here, right now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Are you okay, my lord?
I'm having a bit of a stutter.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Alright, Gallery, it's time for you to start talking.
Very well then. Governor Caden, you will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language.
I think it's Mikotoba.
Is it?
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father,
I honestly, I thought it was Herlock for some reason, and I wasn't sure.
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Alright, what does it say?
Cosma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, and darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
Oh my god, is it actually hidden in the blade, in the sword? In the hilt, maybe?
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem? Twist thy head.
father.
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It is not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he, confronted Inspector Gregson. Alright, so we got the third page.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment from this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we know now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
I'm not nervous. Are you nervous? No, not me. Absolutely not.
We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. It was on my left. This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo,
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Hold on, hold that thought, Rinosuke. I kind of want to look at the sword real quick. Okay, so I would assume it's the hilt. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck. That's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh,
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira? So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think? Look what's inside it.
Is that
A
a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeek's. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. I like how it says, like, look at this, it's unbelievable, and then you can't read it because it adds just a different piece of evidence. Oh, we can't even read it! No! How dare you! Okay, wait. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
Well, don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from that time.
Objection!
It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you?
Decisive.
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it has escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Yeah, literally.
Impossible. That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery!
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karma.
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi attained was laid undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth!
The signature and seal certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There could be no mistake.
I forgive the contents of the document for being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Six really did pen and will that day.
It's exactly as the young Japanese man said.
Read it out now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. Alright, hand that duty.
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped.
You fools.
Go ahead, Rinosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives us full support.
Very well then.
No, for God's sake. No!
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend, Asogi, stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Sogi, who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Oh my god, he's fucking smirking! Really? So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart,
It was you!
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claim that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed until now.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
And by murdering the man...
The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Soge. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Hosoge's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago now, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, you fool.
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan.
Ah! Oh, wait. Ah!
There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Plus, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire.
Then, what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? You had an agreement.
You promised him.
Oh, you promised him you could return to Japan.
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot!
Man, it just keeps getting it just keeps getting more and more fucked up, man.
Right?
Like, holy shit.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave, from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with the Soge's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Locate's cemetery that night.
It's so dead quiet. Oh my god.
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
Very well, actually. I think I have a sleep number 25. It's very comfortable. These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you? I saved Cliff Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
And Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for the Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who will willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again.
Ah!
What? Oh no, he's not doing a. what's? Is it gonna get faster? Just like what? Oh my god.
Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions, the beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud! Keep your mockery!
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have had it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No.
What?
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed.
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses of our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the famous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies, gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point.
The things Lord Strongheart had done is unforgivable, though.
But on the other hand,
Isn't it our duty to maintain law and order? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Oh my god, they're cheering for him. No. Sheep. They're all sheep.
Wake up, sheeple!
No. Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary.
Oh yeah, that drink is very appropriate in 6.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability. Turn his situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke!
It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. I know where this is going. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in this trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. This ring that proves. All right.
The sword! We just go up and stab him!
Yeah, we killed the son of a. Karma be enacted.
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl.
Ugh.
So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
We have to do it gently, remember. Gently. Alright, here it goes! Heave!
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What? What? It's Mr.
Mr.
Sholmes!
Sholmes!
What? 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 What?
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again. Lord Strongheart.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
What the? What can I get a hold of him, my lord? You want to be the other bailiff?
We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see.
He's just dancing.
The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will.
Oh, he's projecting the light and the darkness, I see.
Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes? What on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electric signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
Yeah, this is like decades ahead of time.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate. I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it.
You ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Not really. Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there?
Ah! Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective. That's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish.
Huh? You showed her? How?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph.
You meddling.
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with tale of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You...
I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, hi, Iris.
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Iris, there you are.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, It seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart. The darkness you've fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Adjourned. Our court is adjourned.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's super dead. Oh, wow, the scale, goes a lot further than you would think. Oh, dear. And then the courtroom lit on fire.
Yeah, and then we burned down the courthouse and everyone inside.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he's actually on fire.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I fabricated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Sounds like Strongheart didn't do his Duolingo.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be? There's more to his last will and testament. What? Why did you stop reading there, then?
Why did you stop at the confession part? There was probably... Why?
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for your understanding, for none can understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Sogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint.
Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku on a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now? A whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
He's back.
My lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battles between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the East, Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. my loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baron Von Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baron Von Zeeks, not guilty.
Yay!
Yay! Wait, that's very American. I mean, dun 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 dun.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Man, what a long, beautiful journey it's been.
It's not over yet.
Holy shit. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato.
Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Mr. Sato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrate today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure the Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Oh, there he is. Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
Osoge is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps...
Oh, I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before, well, the before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in the hiding there.
A lady of the gentry?
She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please.
You're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something were to happen to you, tomorrow night, you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and...
No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene.
Alright, I see.
Very well then.
That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Darton Moor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound. Lay asleep in the grounds.
That woman looks kind of familiar, in a way.
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
Is that who I think it is?
And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean, the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your Brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold.
Really? Well, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name? Professor Mikotoba. In other words...
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
Oh!
That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Yep, okay. Iris.
I had no idea.
Ouch!
Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice, or injustice, would require such measures.
You know, Susie.
Oh, Iris!
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No? Really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely!
You promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ouch! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, Allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zeeks!
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Wow, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hmm?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must! It was then that I came to an important decision about my future.
Oh yeah, we still have to answer that question, huh? And Susato.
Man. I'm home.
Uh-oh.
Ah! What time you got here? I have been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, isn't it? It's got to go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right, I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
Oh, awesome.
I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold!
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin.
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. Shoulders.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Miss Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Runo, there you are.
Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come take a seat.
Time to film in boots.
The dinner that never left the table.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing it coppers, clubber, and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, sir. Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know?
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
It's the inspector's pocket watch! And the crown has been reattached.
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? And I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh! Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him back a kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble to find out. For so many people. Haley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
No, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology. You owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I've finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Haley?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you, Daddy.
Aw.
Aww. I think, Mikotoba,
Yes, Sholmes?
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh,
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
you old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh dear God.
Oh, well, the food will go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Haley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Oh boy. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective. And my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. And I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst we lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh. Oh, Professor!
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris. I mean, when the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, do you mean?
Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
Oh, so that's why. Yeah, that's why.
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville.
If you'd decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that would have, like, threw the Baskervilles into a bit of a situation. If that got...
It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting my investigations, any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean.
Shob sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed that matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right. Because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, The time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. Oh, it's really playing the title screen music. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, well, doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to with you. Yeah, that's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make my arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Alright, now I want Susato to come back. Alright, and then I want you to give me the sword or something. Do it. I believe. Susato-san?
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris' real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning, then.
So, you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually. But you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Susato-san.
Ah, yes.
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Cosmo's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh. Yeah. You're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. Oh man, they're really aiming for the satisfying conclusion to this, aren't they?
They do such a good job.
Like, ah. And we're back at the boat, just like the other yeah. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least. It felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris. You do that. Oh, it's voiced.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Oh, so he wants to stay as a prosecutor. Okay.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Hell yeah.
Why? Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
The theme, it's back.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side, always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
What?
Join us.
I
Yeah.
mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Ah.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is
Already on board.
already on board too.
Yep. All right.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Is it gonna be a cutscene? Ah, okay, this works too. The chip is still there.
One day, paths cross once more. We'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Oh, you know what? I think Iris's VA is the same as the flower girl
A
in
brief parting.
the first case of the Leighton crossover.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection?
Objection!
They always gotta end it on the objection.
Until we meet again, Runa.
As is tradition. Oh my god, dude, that game, this is the best. This is the best.
Do you see why it's so good?
This is the
Do you
best.
see why I love it so much?
I'm so glad that I got to actually be able to play through this duology. I'm so happy they ported it.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised closed-court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Oh my god. Kazuo nude.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I invented as well. Dives head wear safely.
Yeah, right?
But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Oh my gosh. Are we gonna go through everybody again? As is the tradition.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of their grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, and you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
Aw. Oh boy.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are going to keep doing for the Londoners. I only wish I could have said how great I was before he, you know.
Oh, they're gonna really end it on that note. They're really gonna end it on that note for her. Oh, that's so sad.
You think that's sad?
Oh god, oh god, I can't wait to. Oh really? No.
Gina, the truth is I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. And I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as I say.
I like that smug face that he has for this.
I think he's the only character to appear in the credits post-mortem in an Ace Attorney game.
Yeah, like, normally the dead people don't ever come up.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of my...
Objection! Overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained.
Who's this Scottish counsel for your defense? In the
Oh really? My friend Sato-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job.
Oh god, so fast.
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
Her friend is so funny.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Aw.
Also one of the few guilty parties to appear in a credit scene.
Yeah. Her daughter's still weird, though.
I like her staring at Mikotova.
Just the whole end of the case. Just her blank stare. I want to cut him. That's basically what she was... Oh, okay.
Here I am, once again, in the Great Britain of the invention of my dear... He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around, now that everything is settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford it! Oh, Barak, come to my rescue again, please! I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
Man, some of these dialogues are really fast. For
yeah. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspels would not do.
I love her design so much.
I know, right?
It's so good. She kind of like gives me like the Grimaire kind of feel too.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know.
Everybody calls me Peppino and I sell it as spaghetti. It's more than...
Everyone's, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I say.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
I'm happy that they're still fine, despite the situation.
He's just munching his spaghetti in the corner.
I'm just surprised they just let him do that in prison. Like, make his spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti, eh?
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. And I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care.
Oh, the ship.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
Look,
She said the thing!
She said the thing. Also, look, they removed the closet from the room. They were like, none of that. We're getting rid of everything that happened in the last couple of years. Aw, they brought the Daruma with them too. Aw, that's a really good final photo too.
Look at little Wagahai in the corner.
Yeah, Wagahai. Hi, Wagahai. The boys have fun, Gama. Mari, hello. We just finished.
Hey, Mari.
Is this like the true credits now? Yeah. Thank you. It's been a long game. But man, what a great duology.
Right? It wraps up everything so neatly.
It doesn't feel like it adds on too much like extra BS in the stories too. Like I feel like other than like the random technology that Sholmes has, like whatever, right?
Yeah.
But like everything makes sense to me in this, like, yeah. And like all the ridiculous stuff in like the first game, like in the beginning where it's like, oh, he fell from the skylight kind of thing, right? And then it turns out, yeah, it was ridiculous because it was actually bullshit. You know? So it's like, oh, that's an interesting way to turn it on its head and stuff. So like, yeah. I feel like there's like not a lot of like extra weird fluff other than like the technology. But like,
yeah, and even then they do it in a way that feels fine.
Yeah. Like the big flashy machine from that one case is like, oh, it's literally just a guy who is really good at making the things look like they're official, but he knows the science to like make it bullshitty enough for the magician.
I would have liked to see a few more of the NPCs appear in the talking credits, like
like these
Meterman over there, and
yeah, that would have been
like sense. I know they usually don't pick the culprits, but there's still NPCs missing.
Yeah, like
the balloon guy. I always forget about him.
The balloon guy,
or the fireworks girl, or Sandwich.
Yeah, balloon guy. The random prince from another country. Yeah, no Sandwich, even though we did destroy his entire life in the last game, to be fair. But he did that on his own. We can't justify that. There he is.
There he is. What a legend.
What a legend. I still think it's really funny that Vigil decided to like make a whole new persona for his street self.
Look, there's two of them on the screen at once.
Oh no, it's a paradox. Oh, and even he.
And then Caden just kind of disappears from the trial partway through.
Yeah, he just kind of shows up to be like, "Yeah, we did the thing in the prison, and that's pretty much it." And then the Strongheart just gets implicated, and it's like, "Oh, he's gone."
And he's off the stand.
Yeah.
I still love how the fish and chips was a plot device.
Yeah, like, it's like the thing that you kind of joke about when you go through the story.
There they are!
Oh my god, they're doing their dance.
I think you would make a great Mikatoba.
Oh really? Thank you.
That would be fun.
This guy.
This crazy motherfucker. I like how
David Gantz clan.
Yeah, I was just like, is he really doing the Gant? Like, that was straight up a reference when they did it, right? Like, it had to be. Because it was going faster and faster. This credit shows you, like, kind of like, too, it's like, they do so much with, like, actually not as much, like, models as you would think for, like, other games and
yeah,
stuff.
right?
Like, they do what they can, and it works, and it's, like, it's not overly excessive like other games with their assets, which makes their FPS drop like crazy, and... it's just so good.
This is, like, the perfect game, honestly.
Yeah. And, like, everything makes sense, too, when you're doing the deductions.
Yeah, and like, all the cases tied together really well.
Yeah.
And, like, the musical motifs coming back, and, like, having the special versions of them for the final case.
Yeah, it's so good. Oh, there they go. Zoom. Ah, beautiful, though. What a beautiful game.
It's so good.
I am so happy. Oh, what the? Oh, it's the ending picture. Also, my screen keeps
I like how
spinning.
all the ending pictures are just Ryunosuke and Kazuma.
Yeah, it's so good.
Thank you, Kazuya Nuri.
Thank you, Kazuya Nuri. Does it just bring you to the title screen now? Yep, there it is. Masterful game. Masterful game. Thank you for joining me on the final episode, Kiro.
Thanks for having me.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
It's such a good game. I love reliving it.
Like, even if, like, the stream crashed, I've been like, let's just play the game, Kiro. Like, honestly, I would have done that.
Don't forget to take your time with the bonus content.
Oh, there's bonus content?
Yeah, there's bonus episodes.
Like, really?
Yeah, they were originally bonus things that came with the first game when they came out in Japan.
Is it like DLC episodes, kind of, then?
They're sort of like DLC, except they're not DLC. A lot of them are like promotional videos, or like these little episodes, these escapades are like free DLC they had for the first game. And the second game also had free DLC, but they were unable to include it in the localization due to copyright stuff, so they weren't able to.
Huh. That's right.
But they still have all the first game stuff. They're like short little mini episodes that happened during the first game.
I see. It even
And
says
then there's
the rants.
Yeah, the Rants magazine.
Oh,
and
that's
then
such a good call.
there's also in the moving pictures gallery, they have some of the promotional videos that they had leading up to the game.
Moving picture. Wow. What the
That one's really funny. You should watch that one when you have time.
Oh, definitely.
So the rest of these ones are like the 7 days leading up to the game. Every day they showed like a little quick video, and then people online voted on what they wanted the result to be, and then depending on how they voted, a different video would come out the next day.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, it's like you can either indict them or adjudicate. Oh.
Yeah, so it's like, was he guilty or is he innocent? And then people voted online, and depending on what they said, the result changed for the next video.
Oh, that's so cool.
And then we have concept art with commentary too.
With commentary? Like,
yeah, like...
Oh.
Like, it's so cool. They went the extra mile to give us all that.
Yeah, that's vastly appreciated. Oh yeah, you can
I
tell.
think even the music tracks have commentary.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, there's so much to digest.
I like how they really started up like, okay, we're gonna make him look as Phoenix Wright as possible. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we should tone it back a bit. Oh yeah, they were like, how the hell do we fit his head thing in this hat?
I think there's also a page of all the little mascot keychains.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's on the Resolve page.
Resolve page. Old Bailey Judge title card.
It's probably in the miscellany or something.
Oh, those are so. Oh, it's that guy. Yeah.
Edgar Benedict.
Oh, is it John and Joan Jr. Deb? I really had to work hard on this pair since they're so intimately tied up with the story. Oh yeah, his the burnt ass.
This one even has 3 pages of comments.
Oh, it's 3 pages. Oh my god. The guiding principle of the design was a sun and moon silhouette, along with the idea of a pufferfish. Oh yeah, you can kind of see it with like the little fins on the side of her face for her hair. Oh, that's so clever. Compared to the newlyweds of Constable and Mrs. Beat with their passionate love for each other, Garrett and Debs are an older couple, and I wanted to show a different form of love in their relation. Oh, that's so good. Yeah. Yeah, Rolly and Pat. Aw. Oh, okay, so Mr. Takumi had asked for Soseki to come across as someone with a very nervous disposition and erratic behavior, so I concluded that its facial expressions would have to be a key part of the design. Very smart, very smart. I approached the design from the angle, playing around with various different facial expressions, even though he's based on a real person. The Soseki of this game has a unique appearance with some heavily exaggerated features. Emotion expressed by his eyes is a particularly important part of his design. Oh yes, definitely. I hadn't specifically been asked to include the cat, but I sketched a tricolor calico at Soseki's feet and was delighted when Wagahaya has picked up and used in the game. Aww.
I love little comments like that.
That's so cute. Yeah, and there's so many really interesting jury characters they decided to go with.
Yeah, and most of them don't even have names.
Yeah, like look at that guy. He's just Jack the Ripper or something. And then the first one kind of reminds me of the guy from the crossover.
Oh yeah, actually, Primrose, or like the typewriter girl, is actually directly taken from Leighton vs. Wright with a different outfit. I think he said somewhere that he just liked her design and wanted to reuse her again. Her name was Primrose in that game, I think.
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah. Her. Oh my god, yeah, it is just her. But the first guy reminds me of the what's his name, the just a punching bag or something.
Oh yeah.
He kind of looks like.
He kind of does, doesn't he?
With hair and not graying. Yeah. Yeah, and her, like, she doesn't even get, like, her full, like, she only gets this one outfit, and, like, oh, she's so good. This one, he must have had fun, right? Just, like, what even is that? Somewhat bizarre fantasy-style gentlewoman. Yeah, yep, good choice. Deliberate attempt to heighten expectations or trepidation about the overseas voyage to follow. And then almost eliminated the chicks from the sales design on numerous occasions, but they made it through in the end. I see.
I think on the front of one of the art books for the first game, it's like a giant collage of all the characters, and there's little chicks like hidden throughout the entire picture.
Oh, that's so funny. So is he just... So does Hosonaga just have like TB or something? Or like...
I don't know, poor
like,
guy.
The blood out of his mouth always concerns me whenever it comes.
Right?
And this
poor
is like,
man.
TB sounds appropriate for the time period, honestly.
It does, right?
So it's just like, ah. Oh yeah, that guy. So many good design. Of course they had to do him, though. Crystallized in an instant. Yeah, I believe it.
Now we know why. They're all bald.
I verbally suggested the idea of a Cholon mage top knot to Mr. Takumi, and he immediately agreed. With round glasses on.
They were more than the Meiji era, but it was just too much of a departure from the set as usual, so I reverted to the normal shit. I kind of would have liked the round glasses. It would have been pretty good, honestly.
It would have been funny.
Oh, this is so cool. Oh, they tried to make him look younger?
There's like concept art of young Mikotoba.
Oh, when like he was going around with...
When he was with Shomes, yeah.
Yeah, no sans mustache. Yeah, you really don't get the impression that he's supposed to be Wilson.
Right?
Like,
it's such
design.
a clever reveal.
It's so good. Like, just... Who knew that just putting him in a suit and putting on a bowler hat would hide the fact that he was...
Right?
He was
and he's so, like, suspicious at the beginning, right?
Yeah. That's so good. Oh, man. This is such a magical game, though. Wait, who the hell is this? Is this Zeke?
This is Van Zeeks.
Really? Oh my god, they were like, what the hell do we do to this guy?
He's unrecognizable.
It's interesting, because like, they didn't really go for like an Edgeworth look at the beginning, it seems like.
Yeah.
He
looks like a Fire Emblem character.
Yeah, he does. Like, especially the one on the right really looks like a Fire Emblem
The middle
character.
one looks like Virion.
Yeah, it does.
And then the blonde one looks like Sigbert.
Oh yeah, you're right, it does look like Sigbert. Oh. God, he looks so angry with yellow eyes.
Lord Van Zeek's smiling face after the trial.
Does that really constitute as smiling? And we got our boy. The boy.
The boy.
Oh, there's something about this early version of with glasses just reminds me of...
Yeah,
like...
I do not want him with glasses.
No, I don't. His hair is, like, too straight. He looks like Hosonaga, actually.
Actually, you're right, he does.
So maybe they were like, maybe we could repurpose Hosonaga a little bit.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, he just looks like Hosonaga in the early concept art. Oh my god. The competition who would become the spectacle one was here. Oh no. Oh yeah. Eventually we settled on that being Satoru Hosonaga instead. Ouchie doesn't count. Who's the sign? Also, oh yeah, I guess they did. Like he did. It was like, we'll repurpose it for something else. No, yeah, this is a perfect design that they settled on. Honestly, very.
Yeah,
good.
he's so good.
He's so good.
Look at little Iris.
Oh, Iris has a lot of really cute early designs, actually. Wait, yeah, these are all really cute. Wow, these would look really good. The different hair kind of buns, too.
Yeah. I kind of like the hat.
Oh, yeah, oh, that would have been really cute. To have, like, the little lady hat. Aw.
Yeah.
But I guess it kind of, like... Oh, wait, this is actually pretty good, too. Oh, no. Oh, no. Older? Oh, so I drew her older than in the final game. It was more ladylike hair. I see. Ah, yes. The charms. Are, as a rule, far more advanced in the science technology in the era with the game set. Thermos Black would have been considered a magical bottle at the time, but in the game's late Victorian setting, Iris and Shows have already developed one and make use of it on their everyday lives. The technologically advanced, the appearance of their inventions follows the typical style of the era. Oh wow, he even went through different iterations for the gun.
Right? It's so cool.
Oh my god.
They give us so much here.
Yeah, this is so much insight. They were just like, well, America wants this game, should we do something with it? And they're like, yeah, just give them everything at this point.
If you read the localization blogs, which they published leading up to the game, there's actually like they have little transcripts of conversations where it's like, you know, we want to release this as a duology. We need to add extra features. Let's add an art gallery. Okay, sir, what resources will I have to do that? None, and you have to get it done quickly.
Oh my god. I mean, poor bastard, but good job, but poor bastard.
Yeah, that conversation comes up for so many things, like the art gallery, including like the translated mini episodes, and all that other stuff and like the new cover art and stuff, it's all like stuff they wanted to do for the release of the duology, but they didn't have extra budget to do it, so they had to kind of like find a way to slip it in. Or even things like the, you know, like this game has like the story mode where you don't input anything. That was also a feature that they were requested as well.
That was an interesting choice that they actually went. I'm surprised they followed into it.
Apparently it wasn't that hard because they already had like a debug mode that worked like that, but then it was a matter of making it accessible in a way that worked for us.
Huh. Amazing.
Yeah, and they also have like the scraps music.
Unused. Wow, that's giving me like real Wii music kind of vibe. Oh yeah, this sounds like an Ace Attorney track, the one that they went with, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, this is so cool. Oh, and you can. Oh, so this is what Saku did. Because Saku Vince is playing the game too, right? With like Coco and stuff.
Yeah. You can only use the costumes in Resolve. Because of the way they program the models in that game.
Oh, really?
It's funny though, because it's like, if you have him wearing this outfit, and then sometimes it'll show a flashback to him from the first game, he'll suddenly be wearing it in the flashback too.
Oh my God.
Sholmes' Japanese jumble mix.
What the heck? Did she steal the outfit from Vigil's wife? Oh, very interesting. Very, very interesting. What a great game.
What a fantastic game.
Well, can't believe it's finally over. It doesn't feel like that I finished the game, or oh my God. But yeah, this was definitely worth playing through.
Yeah,
so much so. I can't wait for the Apollo games to come out again, because I
give us Edgeworth 1 and 2.
Maybe there will be a blog post on that one day.
No, please.
I'm surprised they even did 1 and then they just stopped.
I know, right?
That's such an odd choice.
It is.
I mean, Capcom's been doing a lot of interesting things lately, so maybe they could.
have. I'm optimistic. I think if Apollo Trilogy sells well, they will eventually do the Edgeworth duology.
They gotta. Like, it's the last games.
It has to be easier than building a completely new game, right? So
yeah, like, all they gotta do is do exactly whatever they did for, like, the first trilogy, because, like, all the, like, forensics mechanics and stuff is, like, all from...
Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, they definitely could. Will they? I hope they do. Please do.
And port Layton versus Right while they're at it, because no one can play it anymore because you can't download it from the eShop.
Yeah, like, that game's great.
That game is actually really good.
There's like a lot of elements from that game that gets carried over into this game, which is really cool.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
There was like something I was gonna say about this game and that game too. It's just like
they really nailed the music.
Yeah, the music's really good. And then like this plot is like pretty fucked up at the end. Like,
it really is. The reveal of Iris's father at the end.
Yeah,
is just like, what?
Yeah, Iris's father right at the end, and then the whole thing is like, yeah, Strongheart's been kind of bullshitting this for the last 10 years, and like, 10 years. That's so long. And
I like how he keeps letting the trial continue. He has like many opportunities to just like stop things, but he keeps going and then digs himself into a hole that he can't get out of.
Yeah, like, if he just said overruled and like said court is adjourned instead of just letting them keep goading the audience to like keep going, yeah, let's keep going, and he's just like, oh my fucking God.
Or he even gets to the point where he even like tells everyone that Clint was the professor. I'm like, you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, but... like, it's like, let me confess this very important plot point real quick, and then just carry on. Yeah, but I like, if I had to compare like this game's plot to like or like these games, this duology's like overall plot to like
another game in the series in terms of like how fucked up it gets. I think like honestly the Layton games one has like the second most fucked up plot.
That one's pretty messed up, actually.
Yeah, because it's
that
like
one's pretty messed up.
It's two girls thinking that they killed the entire. Well, they kind of did, but like.
Yeah, that one's messed up, and then Edgeworth 2 is pretty messed up too.
Oh yeah, Edgeworth 1 is really fucked up. I'm trying to think of like anything like in the other games with that. No, not really.
You know, Spirit of Justice, I think, has a pretty strong finish like that too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Spirit of Justice ending is kind of similar to this game's ending in a way where it's like they were like, oh, at that time it would have been actually this person being in charge of the thing, and then like that's the big reveal that it's the person and it's, you know, the queen, and in this game it's Lord Strongheart in a different position doing all the crazy stuff, right? Like it kind of gives me like that same kind of that same feeling.
Yeah, I think so too.
So like, yeah. In terms of that, like I think both games. Oh no, you're actually I think about Spirit of Justice is pretty fucked up too because like all the people died in that game prior to the story.
Yeah, that's
by being loyal. Oh god. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. Dual Destinies was like kind of screwed up with the whole Athena thing where she like didn't understand the concept of her mom dying. Like that was kind of scary.
That one was kind of, yeah, that was dark.
Yeah, like Simon finally confessing, yeah, like, okay, I didn't want to tell you what really happened, but this is what I actually saw, and it's just like, oh god. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad.
I do like how many new, fresh things this game adds to the series, though. Like, we have judges the culprit. We have characters are dying in the sequel that we expected to survive because they survived the first game they came out in.
Yeah.
Or we have things like character that's dead appears in the credits.
Or like,
right? Like it's a lot of first times for the Ace Attorney series.
Yeah, like an entire episode that doesn't ever go into the courtroom, but it's only investigations.
Yeah, yeah, like one of those.
Yeah. Or like here's a break between episodes where it doesn't tell you it's a break in between episodes because why would we tell you that it's the break between episodes? Like there's a lot of really good firsts. I don't think the like you know how in Layton they introduced the mechanic that's in this game where it's like, oh, while you're listening to one testimony, like people will pop up.
Oh yeah.
Like I feel like that's not used that well in this game compared to the Layton game.
They don't use it too many times, but I guess they use it where it fits.
Yeah, like I think the only thing that kind of made me sad about it is just like you'll always like end up picking the right one to find to do the crosstalk versus like in Layton where like it could be multiple people reacting to the statement or like
here's 10 witnesses at the same time.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Yeah, it's like that, and then like you also have the like situations where like multiple statements can give you that prompt, but then like only maybe one of them will give you an actual progression to the story. So it's just like, oh, I guess I feel like that mechanic was more well used in Layton, but I do appreciate that in this game it like adds to the story better.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Like, yeah, like I would love to see it in a future game where like they utilize it more again because I think it's really fun when it's multiple. Yeah, I think multiple witnesses is actually a lot more fun than having, you know, like 5 in a row.
I think so too.
Like when you play through the old games, it's like this feels so bogged down because I have to interview like 5 people in a row.
I have to listen to this clown laugh at his own jokes for like an hour.
And then have that be the only trial in the game where pressing him on any wrong statement gives you a penalty. Oh, that was so scary. That was like the most messed up thing about that game. But yeah, I'm really hoping that they do something in the future, and yeah, I think I'll miss voicing Strongheart because he was my favorite character to voice in this entire game. I really like villain roles, and I don't really get them whenever I do voice projects. I tend to get a lot of side characters from what I've done in the stuff that I've done voices for Zelda Universe. Like, I've only gotten like I've gotten a lot of old people in the Zelda universe stuff. Like, so like, they did a dub of Breath of the Wild, and that was probably like the one time I've got like a role in there stuff where like I had to speak a lot more, and that was for because there's like a DLC, right, where like it's like the Divine Beasts or whatever, and you
right.
it's like the Champions Ballad, I think. Yeah, so like there's a Chica monk in it named Koshia, and then like I had to voice him, so there was a lot of dialogue there, and then like the lead for that project wanted me to do an Iroh voice, and I was like, okay. He was like, oh yeah, something like maybe Greg Baldwin is what I was thinking. I was like, oh okay. So you just hear me talking like Uncle Iroh for the entire event. It's
excellent.
So then, like for bloopers too, like I did like Leaves from the Vine, and then I did Aku. But yeah, like I don't really get to do like really villainous roles because like, oh, there are some. I've met some fun people in like the mini dub community, like that stuff, where like they have really deep voices and they do really good evil villain voices. So it's like, yeah, honestly, makes sense that they picked them for that. So it's really fun when I get to do stuff like that with Strongheart, where it's like he's not immediately villainous sounding, but he's like that strict kind of
like imposing.
Yeah, like those are really fun to do.
I'm glad you're in fun with it. That's great.
Thank you. And yeah, I always appreciate your voices of like Herlock, Cosmo. I really like your Herlock. I really like your Herlock because it does match.
Oh, good.
It matches his personality so well. So it's like I really appreciate.
Thank you.
All right, we shall go raid somebody, and I think the perfect target is probably Coco.
Like the only other person still awake.
Yeah, but I mean Coco's doing their second affiliate anniversary, you know? Sounds like
yeah, that is a good time.
Yeah, perfect. So I'm gonna go leave everybody in Coco's care. Please enjoy the rest of your evenings or afternoons, wherever you're from. And thank you for joining us for this 6 hour depth. Why is this one episode 6 hours? Holy shit. I mean, not even the episode, this one section of the episode.
Yeah.
Wait, this is 3 times longer than the other part. I just realized. Holy shit. But yeah, thank you for joining me for that.
Thanks for having me. It was awesome.
Alright, I shall leave everybody in Coco's care. Alright, good night. Goodbye.
Bye.